All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00897. That is people of the state of Michigan, or people of the state of Michigan versus Hanny Omar. Will the parties please introduce themselves? Parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Lizell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Tomal.
Eric Tomal for defendant who's present.
And sir, you are Hanny Omar, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a state of Michigan pretrial. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. We have been in contact with them. They did not receive their subpoena today because of them moving out of state or being out of state and us not getting them back to the correct address. I spoke with the victim yesterday and they would be willing to come on a 2-week notice. I told them that if we could get it adjourned today, they would have to appear on the 20th, and they said they could do so. Your Honor, at this time, I would be asking for an adjournment to get my victim here because she lives out of state at this time.
All right, Mr. Tomal.
Your Honor, first off, this is a final pretrial. I object to any adjournment. I'm asking that the case be dismissed without prejudice for 3 reasons. One is the victim was not subpoenaed. 2, this is a final pretrial. It's my understanding normal protocol would be to dismiss without prejudice, see if the prosecutor wants to reissue or not. And for practical purposes, Your Honor, the alleged victim lives in Ohio. She lives, it's at least a 4-hour drive. She has no car. She's taking care of 2 young children. She's working. It's highly unlikely she's going to make it to a pretrial and then a trial. Your Honor, we were here 2 weeks ago when this honor wasn't here. Judge DeLuca covered. They already had 2 weeks to get her here, and she wasn't even subpoenaed. So my third reason for not agreeing to adjourn it, or why the case should be dismissed, is if this is not in the interest of judicial economy to adjourn it one more time when we were at the same spot 2 weeks ago. I'm asking the case be dismissed without prejudice.
Right, thank you. So my understanding is Judge DeLuca covered the regular pretrial. We set this for final pretrial. The victim has been spoken to. She's coming, but she's out of state. So you're really requesting is just to leave this on for jury trial.
Yes, Your Honor, that would be fine with me. In all honesty, Your Honor, we did send out a subpoena. It just did not get to her.
Right.
We did do our due diligence in trying to get her here today for this pretrial.
Right.
And we were unable to do so.
So what I would allow is, and I understand the defendant's position on this, but we're not really extending this other than for jury trial purposes. But the victim has indicated to you that she's on board.
Yes, Your Honor, she would be on board. She was hoping, in all honesty, in our conversation for this to be resolved before jury trial. However, she would be willing to participate in a jury trial.
All right. So what time frame are we looking at then? I know we have a jury trial. We have a jury trial set for May 27th. Is that?
That would be fine, Your Honor. I did give her the date of May 20th, thinking we would only be going out 2 weeks, but I know that is not a jury trial date for this court. I would be fine with that.
That's the date we've set aside. Are there what trials are before this? And that would be my concern, is she comes all the way here and then we have a trial before it.
And Your Honor, to ask frankly, if I do contact the victim again and she does indicate that she is no longer on board, would I be able to file an alley in this case prior to the jury trial date?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be an objection if an alley is filed on this case.
I just want to make sure I'm not putting the court in a position where we might actually run into an issue.
But I guess what I'd like to do is I'd like to set this for date certain, so that if the witness is coming, but I don't want it bumped for any reason because of an older case.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my client.
Right.
So are we setting this for a jury trial, another final pretrial?
It's really up to you. It's really I'd move it to just jury trial, but with the understanding that you wouldn't be. When we set it for jury trial, it's generally set. You have to plead to the charge. Okay, that's the ruling. I wouldn't make that in this case. That's the policy of the other judges, is that they have to plead to the charge on day of jury trial. But since there's some question as to whether we had a final pretrial on this, then I wouldn't place you under that spectrum.
Okay,
So
well, there is no question whether we had a final.
Right.
We did.
we
today.
did, but you're absolutely right. There's just not been I don't think there's been an offer made.
Your Honor, at this time, we have offered for the defendant to plea as charged with some agreement to
that's not much of an offer.
7694A.
Exactly,
Right.
and the witness is not a.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to put you under the guise of that policy. We'll and then I can explain that, but this is a little different case because we're not having an actual final pretrial with the victim here that you've talked to him. Let's do it. But we're leaving it on for jury trial. I just don't want it to get bumped because then we bump it. The victim's here. We're not going that date, and we still have the same problem we always have had.
The two other cases that are set in the 27 are dog related, so they were arranged.
Well, this will beat a dog case. I can tell you that right now.
To be the what case?
And this will beat a dog related case. So if it's dog at large, or if the other two final pretrials are dog at large cases, we'll try this one before we'll try, because my understanding, this is a domestic violence case. So I would put this priority over the other two. So it will be going when we set it.
All right, and we'll pick a jury the same day, do the trial.
Correct.
27.
Correct. Everything will be done that date.
I would just ask that I get confirmation from the prosecution that they actually got a legitimate subpoena served
Absolutely.
prior to the 27th, and whether this victim's going to make it or not.
Or I would assume we're a nollie cross.
Absolutely, Your Honor. If I have any indication that the victim would not be appearing on that day, I would file an aliquot.
Right. So that there's no reason to show up for that date then. Okay. All right. So let's set it for, we'll set for jury trial on
May 27th at 8 a.m.
May 27th at 8 a.m. And then I'll await to hear from the people concerning a nollie cross or whether we're going that day. And I can rest assured that we'll take this case over any dog at large or any other cases that are outstanding. It just has factual merit that would proceed over that. We'll set it for May 27th at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 2500897, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Tomal?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Omar, we'll see you on that date. Thank you for your appearance today.
I have notices printed.
All right. May I approach real quick?
You may. On the Samsungs in Zoom, could you please identify yourself?
Yes, this is Morris Andre Adams, Senior.
Morris
and
Adams.
Shariba-
All right.
And Shariba
You're
Adams.
you're represented by Mr. Doyle.
I'm not for sure. I didn't get in contact with anybody, sir.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
but you're here for your 9 o'clock.
Yes.
All right. Stand
Shariba
by. I
Adams-
just wanted to make sure I knew who was on the Samsung, and we'll call your case in a second.
And Shariba Adams is on here as well. We on the same phone.
All right, I have Mr. Doyle here, and he's going to join us, and he'll join us via cell phone, I guess, and then I'll place you in a room with him. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
On the iPhone, would you please identify yourself on the Zoom court hearing? What's your name, sir?
Terry Reed.
Say it again.
Terry Reed.
Terry Reed. All right, Mr. Reed, you're here for your 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place. We'll call your case in just a minute. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Post, you can unmute. Ashley Post, you can unmute.
Sorry, I haven't used them much. Hi.
All right, so let's go on. Ms. Post, before we call your case, I have you not represented by counsel, but you did make, my understanding is you've at least made application to have the public defender represent you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have Ms. Post?
I do not show any application in our system, Your Honor, so I'm not sure what may have happened.
Yeah, so something happened. For whatever reason, I think today, the most important is either to contact your office, or do you want to?
I can do the intake.
All right, let's do that. Ms. Post, stay where you are, and then once everybody, what we're gonna have you do is we're gonna have you talk to a public defender to make application, because for whatever reason, your initial application was lost. So I'll put you in a breakout room with them. We'll adjourn the pretrial to make sure you have some representation. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
So stand by, and you're gonna meet with the public defender in a breakout room here probably in the next 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
Like, what yeah, but then, you know,
Just check my dog.
you didn't bring up my daughter's dog. Late and seen the
They lied. They said, oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Morse Adams and Shriva Adams, you can unmute. We'll call your case next. So we're on the record in docket 25-00988 and 25-00987. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Morris Adams and people of the state of Michigan versus Shriva Adams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
And Mr. Doyle.
May it please the court, Dan Doyle, appearing on behalf of Morris Adams.
All right. And sir, you are Morris Adams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So that's on 25-00988. And then Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Shariva Adams.
And ma'am, you are Shariva Adams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Miss Adams?
Yes.
All right, and that's on 25-00987. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for both of these cases to be set for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Doyle?
It is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll set for final pretrial. And that'll be on
May 20th at 8:30.
5/20, May 20th at 8:30.
Yes.
It'll be on May 20th at 8:30. So to the Adams, you'll receive notification. This is set for final pretrial on May 20th at 8:30. That's live in person on the 6th floor of City of Lansing. And Shariva Adams, you will get, is that Woodbine address still a good address for you?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Adams, I have an Edgewood address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes.
All right.
Certainly.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll see everybody on May 20th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 25-00988 or 987? Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Doyle.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see everybody on that May 20th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
See you, Mr. Doyle. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00501. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Newton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Stephen William Newton.
And sir, you are Stephen Newton, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, we would be asking for more time and perhaps to have this set for a second final pretrial. The reason we're asking for that is to determine if there is restitution in this case, and if there is, how much that restitution is. We would be seeking at least 2 weeks, maybe more, to get that information.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? The people are, that's your understanding, people are requesting an adjournment of the pretrial for a little over 2 weeks for restitution purposes?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's make it for 2 to 4. So we make sure, let's set it 3 to 4 weeks out. I don't know what our schedule looks like.
June 3rd.
All right. June 3rd at 8:30. So we will set this for June 3rd at 8:30 for second pretrial. We're adjourning this pretrial today at the request of the prosecutor in order to determine restitution. Anything else for the record in 25-00501, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, and then Mr. Newton, you can appear via Zoom for the second pretrial. I don't think that'll be a problem, or you can appear in person like you are today. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Am I resetting a final pretrial or?
Let's see. Mr. Newton we're resetting a final pretrial. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So we'll reset the final pretrial,
Is Zoom still okay?
and Zoom is still okay.
Okay, thank you.
I would imagine. So who do you want to call next, Mrs. Zell?
I believe we can start with the Junior Castaneda Silva case, please.
Then we have a interpreter on that file. Right, so to the interpreter, I'm gonna have you spell and state your first name and last name for the record.
Sana Villarreal, Susana Villarral.
All right, I'll swear you in. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications. So help you God under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, you just let me go if I know if I get going a little fast. And I'll call the case of docket 23-03066. That is Junior Castaneda Silva, People versus Junior Castaneda Silva. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Silva, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Junior Castaneda Silva?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people have confirmed that we have the wrong person named as the victim in our complaint. We would be making a motion to amend that verbally today on the record. We do have the proper victim name as Roxana Diaz Hernandez. And we do have a supplemental report from a detective that we will be sharing with defense confirming that identity.
All right.
That is my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. So you have not seen that police report. Is that correct, Mr. Harris?
The police report or the supplemental report?
The supplemental report.
I believe we did actually receive the supplemental report late last week.
All right. So, so on the record, what are the people amending the complaining victims?
The complaining victim's name would change from Orquídea to Roxana Diaz Hernandez. I believe the last names are the same.
Okay, so the name would be Orquídea
No, sorry, we're changing it from Orquídea
to
to Roxana.
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 Hernandez.
Correct.
All right, and we have a no contact order with a Orquídea Hernandez. Did you want to change that also?
We would be requesting a change to that as well. We have no reason to believe that that no contact order has been violated with Roxana either,
All right,
but we would ask that to be changed.
so let's have a no contact in relation to Roxana Hernandez. And that, I think, that Roxana is spelled Roxanna.
One N, I believe.
One N. Okay. Roxana Hernandez, Hernandez.
Correct.
And then Mr. Harris, it appears just received as of late last week. How are we proceeding on this file today? It's set for final pretrial, but I hate to set it for, if we just got to receive this supplemental report, you can let me know. So how are we proceeding today, Ms. Azell? And then if you want to defer to Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to defer to Mr. Harris.
All right.
So people are ready to proceed, how I'm moving.
All right, Mr. Harris, you received it late last week concerning this matter. How did you want to proceed?
Regarding this case, Your Honor, my client has indicated that he does not wish to accept the offer of the people and wishes to go forward with a jury trial on this case.
Okay.
If the court could set that out a bit to give me some time to prepare and to review some information my client has provided to me, I would appreciate it, Your Honor.
All right, and then on the complaint, it's changed from Arcadia Hernandez to Roxana Hernandez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so let's not do the current jury trial date. Let's do a jury trial date set for, I think what did we set for? June 24th.
We do
Okay.
have one set on that day. I don't know if it's going or not.
All right. What's the nature of that case?
It's Ms. O'Brien's case. And it's
Yeah.
assault.
So that one probably has precedent, but
This is a DV.
I think hers was an assaultive case.
Hers is an assault and battery.
Yeah.
This is a DV.
So let's set it for June 24th at this time, and then we'll, if we need that date, you got it, but we do have another case set for June 24th. I don't know if that's got an older number or not. This is a 23-03066. I don't know what Ms. O'Brien's.
Ms. O'Brien's was arraigned in 2024. And
This was arraigned in 2025.
Yeah, so Ms. O'Brien's would be the
All right.
one if they both are
All right, we'll set this for June 24th at
go. 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So we've set this for jury trial with the amended Roxana Hernandez as a complaining victim, June 24th at 8 o'clock. We have one trial in front of this for that date. And then I'll hear from Mr. Harris and Mrs. L. You'll know if that case is going or not. But we've set it for June 24th at 8 o'clock just to move it along. Anything else for the record in docket 23-03066, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Castaneda Silva, we'll see you on June 24th at 8 o'clock. All right, sir? All right, and thank you for your assistance, ma'am. We should be all set. Thank you for your appearance. Who did you want to call next, Mrs. L?
If we could call the Gerald Rice case.
Gerald. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00229. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Gerald Rice. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Gerald Rice, who unfortunately does not seem to be here today, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial. It is scheduled for 8:30.
Judge, I'm really sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
We got an email from the clerk saying that he was on his way.
All right.
We want to hold
So
on.
what time was that sent?
That was sent at 9:45. 15 minutes.
All right, so let's give Mr. Rice till 10:30, because he did contact the criminal department indicating he was on his way. So we'll put that one aside for now. We have some people on Zoom. And then Mr. Madaloni's here on, I don't know if you've met with him on Jose Alvarez.
I have not.
All right. Did you want to meet with Mr. Madaloni, or do we have anything else to call?
In all honesty, Your Honor, I'm not sure right now. I am not sure if the public defenders are ready on other cases. I do know we're ready on one that's on Zoom. I have not had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Madaloni.
All right, which one's ready on Zoom?
I believe that would be the Manson Samora case on the 9:30 docket.
Okay, and Enya Zamora.
Correct.
All right. So Miss Manso Zamora, let's call your name, and then Mr. Madaloni, did you need to speak with the assistant prosecutor on the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll do the Mansa Zamora case, and then I'll place you in a breakout room with Mr. Madaloni. Let's do the Terry Reard. All right. All right, so Ms. Manso Zamora, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 25-00267. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Enya Manso Zamora. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Anaya Manso Zamora.
And ma'am, you are Anaya Manso Zamora, is that correct?
It's Enya Manso Zamora.
Okay, it's Enya Manso Zamora. And you can hear me all right, Miss Manso Zamora?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for the final pretrial.
All right, this is set for final pre-trial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your
All
Honor.
right. And we'll set it for?
Excuse me, May 27th at 8:30.
At 8:30. So we've set this for May 27th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. And Ms. Manso Zamora, you'll receive notice at that Hungerford Street address. Is that still a good address for you?
Correct. Yes.
All right, May 27th at 8:30. That'll be live in person. Anything else for the record in 25-00267, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Manso Zamora, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
And then, did you want to join us?
I'm gonna need a few minutes before I can speak to
Okay.
him on Zoom.
All right.
There are other things on that case. I believe there's a witness on that case that I need. to
All
speak
right.
to.
So, Mr. Madaloni, we'll once she joins the Zoom courtroom, after speaking with some witnesses, we'll put her in a breakout room with you. All right, sir?
Okay,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
You forgot my chick play there? What happened? No, we did that. Thank you. You too.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00583. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Damian Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Bell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Brown. Your Honor, he is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Damian Brown, is that correct? Thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be asking for this to be set for a jury trial.
Set for jury trial.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've spoken with my client. He has indicated he wishes to exercise his right to a jury trial.
All right, jury trial date of May 27th at 8 o'clock. All right, so this will be live in person on the 6th floor City Hall for May 27th at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 25-00583, Mrs. L?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, today, the people were provided proof of a valid vaccination and license for the dog. I do believe that's count 2 on this. We would be asking for that to be dismissed.
All right, and so that'll be a count. Is that your understanding, Mr. Harry's count 2 would be dismissed and the people would be going forward on count 1 and count 3?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll provide a well, this is on a ticket. No, it's on an information. So we'll provide a nollie-pros for the prosecutor on count 2. Thank you, Megan. So I'm in possession of the nollie-pros on count 2, which is dog licensing and vaccination. That means that count is dismissed without prejudice. Means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, that for compliance purposes, that count has been dismissed, and then we'll go forward on counts 1 and 3. I will sign the nollie-pros to that effect on count 2. Anything else for the record in 25-00583, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you on May 27th at 8 o'clock. Is Mr. Rice here?
He is here, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to Gerald Rice. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00229. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Rice. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Rice, who is here standing to my right. He apologizes for his tardiness, Your Honor.
Thank you. And sir, you are Gerald Dean Rice, is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. This is a time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. We have subpoenaed them for today's date. We have tried to make contact with them, but to no success. We have left voice messages for them, but have not received any return phone calls. We do expect a motion from the defense.
All right, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, given the failure to appear from the necessary witnesses on this case on a subpoena, we would be requesting a dismissal on this case at this time, Your Honor.
All right, so we will, at the defense motion, we will entertain a nollie pros. So Mr. Rice, the people are unable to proceed today, although the complaining victim has been subpoenaed. And therefore, this, based on the defense counsel's request, we will dismiss without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today, the case is dismissed. So it's dismissed without prejudice. Anything else for the record in 25-00229, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rice, this is dismissed without prejudice. You can get a copy if you from my court officer if you choose. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We're going to Shabazz
Yes, please.
on Micah. Shabazz. Right, so we're on the record. Docket 24-02475. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Micah Shabazz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Micah Shabazz, Your Honor.
This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, it's my understanding that the defendant has failed to appear today. At this time, we would be requesting a 48-hour hold on a bench warrant in this case. I believe this is his first failure to appear in this case.
Mr. Harris, have you had any contact with Micah Shabazz?
I was reviewing my notes, Your Honor. After I saw yesterday that he was out of custody, I did actually manage to get in touch with him yesterday and advised him of the case and what was happening today. And there was a request that he potentially appear via Zoom because he occasionally experiences difficulties with transportation. And I was advised that he needed to appear in person, and I communicated that to him.
All right, so this was scheduled for 8:30. It's now 10:43. This is a retail fraud. I do have a fail to appear previously. What's that? He's got one as of March 18, a fail to appear. But yeah, I'm comfortable doing a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold on it, and then see what happens with that. Since we have had some contact with them, so I'm going to indicate the defendant failed to appear for the final pretrial, and we will set we will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the non-appearance for the final pretrial with a 48-hour hold. Since we have had some contact with Mr. Shabazz, but we'll wait and see. Anything else for the record in 2402-475, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. Is there an Ariana Shaw?
Ms. Shaw is here, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we need an interpreter for that or no?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
No. All right.
Your Honor, is it okay if my client has a small child?
Sure.
Here with her,
Sure.
just in an attempt to try and avoid
That would
them being.
that would probably work for a different problem. All right, so we're on the record in 25-00886. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Ariana Marie Shaw. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izzo, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Ariana Shaw, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Ariana Marie Shaw, is that correct? Yes. All right, thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people do not have the necessary witnesses here. I would have been in contact with the victim in this case. She currently lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, and all of her subpoenas have been going to her mother's address here in Lansing. So she did not receive those subpoenas, and I did not get in contact with her until yesterday. Based on her our conversation, she is willing and ready to come to Michigan for a jury trial. She plans on having a specific date that she would already be in Michigan after the 13th. However, I know that's not going to be something the court can schedule around.
All right.
So at this time, Your Honor, the people would be asking for this to be set for a jury trial to give us the opportunity to get that witness in person.
All right, and Mr. Harris, do you understand, is that your understanding? We'd be setting this for jury trial with the understanding that the prosecutor has spoken to the complaining victim.
When I spoke with my client, Your Honor, and reviewed the case, I do note that the address for this necessary witness in the police report and in all the documentation is the Las Vegas address. The position of the defense is that the prosecutor has had ample time from the moment this case was initiated to now to make arrangements for their client to be present for the final pretrial. And since that necessary witness has failed to appear for the final pretrial, we would be requesting that the case be dismissed, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So we'll just move this case on, set for jury trial. Kind of the same problem if it's bumped by another file, and then we have a person flying in from Vegas. So we're gonna set it out a little bit. We'll probably set it out to the July date. Yeah, let's do that. So maybe set this out for its own date.
I think that would work.
Yeah, just so we'll have it set for jury trial on a specific date, and then if she comes, fine, and if she doesn't, it's going to be nollie-prossed on that date, depending. All right, so and that'll be in June. That'd be after May 15th. Yeah,
June 10th.
All right, so we'll set for June 10th.
June or July, Your Honor?
June. It'll be June 10th at 8 o'clock. So we'll set for June 10th at 8 o'clock for jury trial. We'll set it aside for its own time so we won't have the problem of it getting bumped. And then if you foresee that the complaining victim is not willing to come, let us know, and we'll take it off the calendar for that date. But right now it's set for June 10th at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00886, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Shaw, we'll see you on June 10th at 8 o'clock, all right, ma'am? Mr. McGriff is on Zoom. And then, Mr. Harris, if you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Post, she was the one who's going to make an application.
I can do that, Your Honor, I believe.
Let's go ahead. We'll adjourn it, but let's call McGriff first, and then we'll adjourn Post so that you can meet with her. So let's call.
Your Honor.
Yes.
If we could call something else potentially, so I thought somebody had spoken with Mr. McGriff, but it seems.
All right.
That may not have happened.
So once you join, we can call McGriff.
If Your Honor would be so inclined, we could probably call Mr. Mataloni's case. I
Sure.
forgot that he was on Zoom.
So
I do
Mr.
apologize.
Alvarez.
Just so the court is aware, the people will be moving for Nolly in that case.
All right. All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Mataloni, we'll call your case with Mr. Alvarez. We're on the record in docket 25-00835. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jose Alvarez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Mataloni.
Mike Mataloni for Jose Alvarez.
All right. And sir, you are Jose Alvarez, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people will be requesting to submit a nollie pros in this case to dismiss the case. After discussing with the complaining witness in the case, we do believe she does not want to proceed and would not be willing to go to a jury trial on this. We believe that it is in the interest of justice at this time to dismiss this case.
All right, so we'll have a nollie pros printed out for the prosecutor's signature. You can really hear that across the street. All right, so I'm in possession of the nollie pros for case 25-00835. So the nollie pros means, Mr. Alvarez, that this is dismissed without prejudice. It's kind of a default position. The people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I will sign the nollie pros accordingly. Anything else for the record in 25-00835, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Mataloni?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alvarez, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right.
Good day, everyone.
You too.
Okay. I believe we're ready on Elijah Williams and then Abraham Mubaka. I messed that up and I'm going to apologize.
Let's go on Elijah Williams. And this post is going to be, we'll go Williams, and then is that Kumbakwa? Let's go on Elijah. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01597. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Elijah Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Elijah Williams.
This is the time set for and sir, you are Elijah Williams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
We'll set for final pretrial for
May 27th.
May 27th at 8:30. So, Mr. Williams, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. We'll set for May 27th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2401597, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Two small things, Your Honor. One, client is somewhat confused as to whether or not he is required to have a GPS tether. Does the court have any clarification?
I do have the GPS as checked by, I don't know who's that's here, but I think that's Judge Simmons.
That's Judge Simmons.
Yeah. So Judge Simmons did order a GPS tether in this regard. And that's with, so I would think that would be, the no contact order is with Olivia Pena. Let me double check that.
Could you double check the church? I'm really excited.
She has, I have on an other GPS tether order, do not release on bond without tether. Okay. So, and that was as to Olivia, it says, I'm going to double check that because I think that's a misprint. It shouldn't be Penn, it should be Pena. So the answer to that, the long answer to that is yes.
Okay.
There is a GPS tether ordered as to Olivia Pena.
Okay. So, Mr. Williams, you'll need to go follow up with JTS and Mason and get that tether put on, okay? But you can call us and we can have that conversation later if you need help with the details.
I have it that you shouldn't have been released on bond without the tether.
Well,
that obviously didn't take place.
That was his understanding
Yeah.
as well. So when they did release him without it, he was like, well, should I?
Right, right. That's not your fault at all, Mr. Williams, but you'll probably have, because the arraigning judge did set bond with the GPS tether, you'll have to go back and get the tether in this case. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lee, concerning 2401597?
Client would like to update his address. Would you rather him do that directly with the court or right now?
He can do that right now with the court.
The new address is 12475 West Michigan Avenue.
And that's that's Lansing?
No, sir, that is Parma,
Parma.
Michigan.
Parma, Michigan. What's the zip code for Parma?
49269.
49269. All right, I have new address at 12475 at West Michigan Avenue in Parma, Michigan, 49269.
Yes, sir.
All right. So that should be updated with the computer and I put it in the file. Anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. You're all set, Mr. Williams. We'll see you for final pretrial on May 27th at 8:30. All right, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Then did you want to go on Kumbakwa?
If we can, Your Honor.
That one. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500975. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Ibrahim Kumbakwa. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Ibrahim Mbukwa.
Okay, and he is on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you are Ibrahim Kumbakwa, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that spelled with, do you pronounce the M or do you not pronounce the M on Kumbakwa?
Yeah, pronounce the M.
So it's M Kumbakwa or
Yep.
Kumbakwa?
Yep.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. So set for final pretrial on
May 27th.
May 27th at 8:30. All right, so Mr. Kumbakwa, that will be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing on May 27th at 8:30. You should appear live on that date. Anything else for the record in 2500975, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So we'll see you live on May 27th at 8:30. You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today. And then did you want to just call post just I think we're just going to adjourn that until Miss Post, we'll call your case. And then after that, we can just put her in a room. We can put her in a breakout room and she can see somebody from the public defender's office. So Miss Post, you can unmute. There you go. All right. All right, so we're on the record and 25 is 00820 and 25 00821. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Ashley Post. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Ezell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Post, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Post?
Yep.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, and then I'll make a record and allow Mrs. Zell to follow up. Ms. Post had requested to see the public defender's office, and through some of the many obstacles that come into play, it doesn't seem that she's got an answer or the application is in process. So it's a court's determination to adjourn the pretrial on both these matters and have Ms. Post re-interview and make a financial application to Mr. Harries, who said that he would meet with Ms. Post at some time this morning in order, but we'll adjourn the pretrial for that. Is that your understanding, Mrs. Zell? And do you have anything to say on behalf of the people?
That is my understanding, Your Honor. We have no objection to that adjournment.
All right, so we'll adjourn the pretrial for application to PD. And we'll set adjourn pretrial for
May 20th at 10.
May 20th at 10 o'clock. May 20th at 10 o'clock. So, Ms. Post, we've reset for May 20th at 10 o'clock. And then if you stay on, I'll place you in a breakout room. And eventually the public defender will be there to take a financial application. All right, ma'am?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
So we've adjourned your case to May 20th at 10 o'clock. And you should get a prompt to go to room 1. And then when the public defender becomes available, you'll also go to that room, but I'll put you in right now. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Lost for through. Okay. All right, Mrs. Zell, where did you want to go next?
I think we can do the McGriff case.
Mr. McGriff.
Yes, Your Honor, he is on Zoom and has been made.
Just let him in. Okay. All right, Mr. McGriff, you can unmute. Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00829. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jabriel McGriff. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. McGriff, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, you are Jabriel McGriff, and I'll have to be able to see you.
This is Jabriel McGriff.
All right. So you can hear me all right, Mr. McGriff?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna have you sit down so you're not moving around.
Okay. My cousin is on the way, so I could drop this backpack off for my daughter. I might have to move when she get here.
All right, that's fine. As long as you've let us know, just so we're not moving with you. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. This is the time set for pre-trial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
That is correct, Your Honor.
We'll set for final pretrial on May 27th at 8:30. All right, so Mr. McGriff, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing on May 27th at 8:30.
Okay.
And you should receive notice sent to that Hillsdale address. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 25-00829, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. McGriff. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed is on Zoom. Did you want to go on that case?
I think that would work.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01104. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Terry Lynn Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Terry Reed, who is joining via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Terry Reed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me all right, Mr. Reed?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. Additionally, when my colleague, Mr. Anid, was speaking with Mr. Reed, he indicated there may potentially be a concern with him appearing in person for the final pretrial, as he recently started a new job with Lansing Telecom, working on cell phone towers. And there's a possibility, he doesn't know the exact time, but there's a possibility he may be getting sent out towards Mackinac Island soon. So he wanted to make sure the court was aware, just in case he needed to make a request to appear via Zoom or potentially reset the final pretrial.
Maybe we'll set it out past May 27th for final pretrial if there's some concerns that date. Because we're using the May 27th date, right? May 27th. Yeah, they may be. I don't know. I don't know but we can set it. We can certainly set it for the final pretrial after that, so as to avoid any conflicts. So we'll set for final pretrial on.
Want me just going out
Yeah.
after that?
Yeah.
6-3.
6-3. So we'll set it for June 3rd at 8:30 for final pretrial. That should avoid any conflicts. And the June 3rd date. That will be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing on June 3rd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 25-01104, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reed, we'll see you here on June 3rd at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then we're ready on the Brian Christensen case.
Brian Christensen. Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01184. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brian Christensen. The parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Christensen. He is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Brian Christensen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, I have spoken with my client and we are going to be having this set for a final pretrial today, Your Honor.
All right, final pretrial date of?
May 27 at 8:30.
At 8:30. All right, so that for final pretrial, that'll be live in person, just like you are here now on May 27th at 8:30. You'll receive notice from my court officer. Anything else for the record in 25-01184, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the fence, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Christensen, we'll see you on May 27th. Thank you for your appearance today. We're going Rogers. Kyla, all right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-01694. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Kyla Rogers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Kyla Rogers.
Ma'am, you are Kyla Rogers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe at this time we're going to be asking for a brief adjournment. I do believe Ms. Rogers has just made application to the Public Defender's Office today. We would ask for time to get that process going.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
We're going to ask for a brief adjournment so you can get all the discovery materials needed.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we'll grant the brief adjournment for discovery purposes. And the PD's office was just appointed. And we will set for an adjourned pretrial for
May 20th at 10.
May 20th at 10 o'clock. So, Ms. Rogers, we've reset this for May 20th at 10 o'clock. We've adjourned this so that the Public Defender's Office can get full discovery so they can zealously advocate in your defense. Okay, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in 21-01694, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Rogers, we'll see you on that May 20th date. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too.
Thank you all.
You're very welcome, Ms. Rogers. Have a good one.
You too.
And we have, I'll let you call the next.
I believe we are ready on the gating case.
All right. Julius Gaden. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02947. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Julius Gaden. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Julius Gaden III.
And sir, you are Julius Gaden III, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, a plea offer has been extended to the defendant through defense counsel. That offer is to plead guilty to an added count two, to retail fraud third degree under MCL 750-356 which is a 93-day misdemeanor and or a $500 fine. And then we would be dismissing count one upon proper plea.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And does your client plan to take advantage of that plea offer today?
Yes, he is accepting the offer.
All right. So Mr. Gaden, this is going to be to an added count 2 of retail fraud in the 3rd degree under 750.356D4. That's punishable by 93 days and or $500. Is that your understanding of the plea offer? With a successful plea and sentence, count 1 is to be dismissed. All right. Mr. Lee may inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights.
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Right. You have certain rights in this trial, if you plead today. I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right, sir? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have witnesses against you appear at trial. To question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he will be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir? Yes, sir. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we put on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the count 2 of retail fraud in the 3rd degree instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the retail fraud 3rd degree at the added count 2 of retail fraud in the 3rd degree? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Yes, sir. All right. You're gonna bring your attention, sir, back to June 14th, 2024 at the offense location of 6200 South Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. I believe that's a Meyer. Were you at Meyer on Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Lansing on June 14th, 2024? Yeah. And was Meyer open to the general public at that time? Yes. And did you take items that were not that were offered for sale under the price of $200? What did you take, sir?
Yeah. You want to call the court and make the payment, or?
Would there be do you have any dispute that I have like a hoodie and a fishing pole? Headphones, and a fishing pole,
Shorts.
and some shorts.
Chips. T-shirt.
Do you disagree that they have some shirts, a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, and a fishing pole and headphones? Okay. And those were all taken with intent to steal those, not to be paid for. Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. We'll refer to probation.
Your Honor, there's no restitution due. We could do immediate sentencing.
I just don't know. I don't have a criminal history on this. If there's no objection from the people, I don't have a problem with sentencing. I just don't have a CCH. I can print one out.
I don't have any objection to it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I borrow the files, sir?
Yes. Let me print one out. Okay. So the prior criminal history will make a determination if we're referring to probation or not.
Okay.
Ms. Post, are you all set?
Yes.
All right, you're free to leave. Thank you for your appearance. You've met with Mr. Harris concerning your financial application.
Correct.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then while we're waiting, 1:30, we have some sentencings. And then Mr. Lee and Mr. Harris, are you here on we've got a couple of arraignments. All right. And it looks like some sentencings.
Yeah, I have I have 3 violation of probation hearings.
Right.
It looks like Mr. Harris has at least 3 sentencings.
While you're requesting immediate sentencing or no objection, and then would you like to be heard on immediate sentencing, Ms. Azell?
Your Honor, with the fact that this defendant doesn't have any criminal history and this seems to be the first retail fraud offense for this defendant, we would leave this to the court's discretion.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gaten has been cooperative in this matter, has accepted responsibility. Meyer is not seeking to recover anything, as all the items that are in question were recovered on that date. Given his clean criminal history, we would ask the court to consider fines and costs, as well as consider Mr. Gaten's indigency.
All right. Mr. Gaten, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence on the retail fraud 3rd degree? All right. So for the retail fraud 3rd degree, which comes, I'm going to set fines and costs. It'll be set $100 fine, $100 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $325. The court will order no upfront jail and will not be placing the defendant on probation. So $325. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
You request 90 days, Your Honor.
So give me a date, 90 days out for the city of Lansing payment.
August 5th.
August 5th. So this can be paid. So Mr. Gaten, you can set up your own payment plan, or this can all be paid by August 5th to the city of Lansing for $325. If you pay before then, you can kind of set up your own plan as we go. But that should be all paid by August 5th to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the record in 2402947? This, of course, will be abstracted as a misdemeanor to the criminal history. Anything else for the record in docket 2402947, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gaten, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And I have the last one is Clayton Rose.
I show no application in your system.
All right.
Fine, and it does not seem like they have appeared today.
Yeah, that's all right. So let's call that. So we're on the record in 2500840. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Clayton Rose. Parties appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 8:30. It is now 11:25, and it would appear that the defendant Clayton Rose has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Harris has been able to look up to see if Mr. Rose did make application to the public defender's office, which he did not. And so he is failed to appear for his pretrial. For pretrial. Mrs. L, how did you want to proceed? I've checked the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and we'll call the hallway. But Clayton Rose is not present at this time. Mrs. L, how do you want to proceed?
Judge.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He did apply for a court-appointed attorney of arraignment. However, there was nobody present from the public defender's office at the time of arraignment. It looks like this may have been a county arraignment that, for whatever reason, somebody wasn't available to cover.
We got arraignment on March 20th. And then the defendant on April 3rd, I have defendant failed to appear for arraignment.
And I show he was actually arraigned on April 23rd.
That's when the pretrial was set, but I don't have any. That's when Millmore saw him. All right, so I don't know his status. Mr. Harris, you have that no application's been made, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, when I checked in our system as I was going through the docket yesterday, I noticed that there was no application in our system for a Clayton Rose. So I think this may have been a situation where they were advised to contact our
Right,
office
and then
about
they
making that
didn't.
application and then did not follow through.
So did you want to reset and then if we have the same problem, we might, because he's not contacting Mr. Rose is not contacting, but at least he's been given the opportunity to contact. These are 3 unlicensed dog tickets. All right. So Mrs. L, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, we would ask for a courtesy
All right.
reset in this case.
So let's do a courtesy reset. That'll give Mr. Rose some time to contact the public defender and make application if he chooses to. But if he doesn't, we'll kind of be back with the same problem. We can entertain any issues at that point. So the courtesy reset is set for
May 20th at 10.
May 20th at 10 o'clock. So we've done a courtesy reset on this file for May 20th at 10 o'clock to give Mr. Rose some time to make applications. Anything else for the record in 25-00840, Mrs. L?
Not for people.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we've got a bunch of 1:30 stuff, and then I start a civil docket at 2:30, but we also have Mr. Palmer's 2:30. So,
Yes.
all right.
Try to make ours the shortest thing on your docket.
Yes,
My goal.
we will attempt.
We've got 3, and then Mr. Need, you're going to be on the arraignments for the public defender's office, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. You didn't know that, did you? But you do now. Yeah.
So it's pretty much just gonna show
It's
up.
pretty much just showing up on those.
I was
Okay.
told, you see that I was scheduled for today?
No.
Yes.
Oh, no, this wasn't scheduled.
The arraignments, maybe a probation violation arraignments, we just fill out an application.
Yeah. Usually nobody, but pleading defenders, but I'll have you announce yourself for that. So you'll be here, and then we just set it for hearing usually. Okay.
Whoever's here doing stuff, we just do an application, send it in.
Be back
It
at
sounds
1:30.
like you've been voluntold, but since we already have stuff to do.
The
Oh,
5-page.
yeah.
I was told
Yeah.
that I would share it with the
Yeah,
court.
yeah, no,
so-
yeah,
The
yeah. I like this,
apology letter I
get started,
received
like,
on Sunday from Mr. Leone.
Oh, did you really?
It is about, and to be frank, it's about 2 paragraphs of apology and then 5 pages of explanation for his actions. So,
I'm surprised you got 2 paragraphs.
I know. Well, he does, he also attached an email that I sent to him in February stating we wouldn't be dismissing due to the fact that there was no mental health
Right.
treatment. So that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we set that without date.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Oh, it's at the end of May.
it's at the end of May.
Mhm.
All right.
Joel's got it. Joel's handling it.
All right. Joel's got it. All right. I'll see you this afternoon, Mrs. L.
See you this afternoon. It's quite a number. I love the emphasis on it. Actually, just gonna give you that copy. I've got it. Okay, and I can share it with court. So I'll see you later, right? Yeah, I'll be back.
This afternoon.
Yep.
Anyone else want to see it?
I got to hear some of it. He should write a letter of apology.
I want to see it.
He was not a nice guy.
Grown man
No,
acting like a child,
it's bound to happen.
man child.
I remember I got, well, I think I told you this, but Matt Loney was on Zoom. He got into it with a detective on a CSC case.
Oh, we're
and-
not muted, Judge.
Yeah, let me, you,
Your Honor, if we could start with, I believe, let's start with the Thomas Bruce case.
Thomas Bruce.
That is a non-public.
Let's put that at the bottom because I think that is,
I'm sorry.
yeah, because we'd have to clear the courtroom.
Okay, I do believe we have a few non-public cases then, but I do not have them indicated